Tijarat. Thank you for coming in. It should be an event where everybody is able to interact with each other, learn from each other, and Jhangi Saab's done an amazing effort to put together some great mentors who will be passing on their experiences. But before we begin, can I ask Reem Saab to come on stage and do the session of Holy Quran, please?
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Auzu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal lazina an'amta alayhim. Ghairil maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Ameen.
Jazakallah, thank you. Before we begin, if I am going to go around the room, and because of the sort of number of audience, initially the point was to run around with the mic and get everybody to introduce yourself. But what we're going to do is one by one from each table, you can come up to the mic, introduce yourself, tell us what you do, what you're hoping to achieve from today's event. Before that, I'll do it for myself. My name is Arslan. I am the group CEO of K4 Groups of Companies. We do everything from security to medical to training. But enough about me. Let's begin with the table on the right-hand side, simply because Saeem Saab is right there. So also, if you just join us, tell us about yourself, tell us about why you're here and what you want to achieve.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. My name's Salimullah Galon, and I am a tech entrepreneur or tech engineer for about 35 years, building technology, building the internet. And I also have a egg brand and a farming business. And I'm building critical national infrastructure for the government for about 10 years. Today, I want to just pass on as much knowledge as I can to help all the potential millionaires in this room.
Jazakallah, thank you. Please, sir.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. My name is Daniel Mubarak, and I'm a perfumer. So one of the perfumes that Pyare Hazur suggested and recommended the Murabbis was Chorus LSY. And I've made replica of those perfumes. It smells very similar. And I also manufacture other replicas like Dior Sauvage, Armani, Emperor, and other fragrances. So I have some fragrances with me today, if anyone would like to check. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah, thank you. YSL Chorus, that's going back. Amazing. Amazing. Sir, if you're okay to come up to stage and introduce yourself.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. My name is Muhammad Hasib Ismail. I was a soldier in Pakistan Army, and then I spent some time in Gulf region as a salesman for medical equipment. Recently, I have migrated to UK, and my asylum has been approved. I have come here to get more connected to our business people or all those attend, and to know what opportunities are open for me in this country. So let's hope we can interact together.
Amazing. Jazakallah, thank you. So.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Daniel. I've worked in IT contracts for just over 6 years, and today I'm here to learn about how people build their businesses and scale them out and just started from nothing and then grew their companies, basically.
Amazing, thank you. You've got some great mentors here today, and I'm sure they will shed loads and loads of light on that.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. My name is Wahid Ahmad, and I have also recently moved to UK. Originally, I'm from Pakistan. I started my career from accounts and finance. Then I moved to the Gulf, and where I recently now from Gulf, I moved to the UK. And from accounts and finance, I shifted to the general management. So I have been working as a commercial manager or projects and operations head for a contracting company. So overall, I have been responsible for managing business operations from bidding, inquiries, projects, operations to negotiating everything. So now I'm here to network and to learn about other opportunities, or obviously I have to start from scratch or again. So what are better opportunities which I can get into? Jazakumullah.
Jazakallah, thank you. So if I can ask the next table.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Max Khan. I'm from Bristol Tijarat. My background is predominantly precision engineering and manufacturing for over 30 plus years internationally. I've had a number of companies of my own, but I also work in property development and things of that nature. But my main focus today is to seek networking opportunities in terms of achieving opportunities for Islamic finance, to secure M&A acquisitions of engineering and manufacturing companies in the UK. Jazakumullah.
Jazakallah, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. My name is Kali Muhammad. I recently moved to UK. I have one company in India. We are doing engineering consultancy service all over the world, especially in the Middle East region. So the company name called Armtech Engineering. In that case, we are trying to expand our business in European region. And we recently registered our company in UK also, just trying to get more networking and try to get more knowledge about the business in Middle East. In UK. That's all.
Thank you so much, Jazakallah.
My name is Shams Najam. I own and manage care homes in Essex, so we're in the care and education sector. Here today to offer any sort of help and advice I can do on and help you guys understand my journey and also learn from everyone that's here and just build a network, really.
Okay, thank you, Jazakallah.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mustafa Ahmed. Alhamdulillah, my Musi and Waqfino Hazur gave me the permission to basically go into investment banking. So I was working for an Australian investment bank and just recently left. I was actually in New York for about a year and a half and just came back a couple of months back. And now beloved Hazur's told me to basically pursue an opportunity within Islamic finance. So I'm looking at how do you make commodities hedging Islamically compliant. Jazakallah.
Amazing. Thank you, Jazakallah. Right, I think we're moving on towards our mentors, so please do introduce yourself. I'm aware some of you are doing talks later as well. So, yeah, to keep the greasy topics to your talks, but do introduce yourself.
My name's Shakil Ahmed. I'm an old member of the Jamaat. I've been here for many, many years, born and brought up in London. I am an intellectual property lawyer. We deal with all kinds of technology. I've got a slight talk I'm going to talk about, and hopefully it can help to explain this kind of quite mystical world of what intellectual property is all about. Thank you. Jazakallah.
Amazing thing. The next one up needs no introduction to everyone, but...
Assalamu alaikum, Jahangir. I'm basically an electrical engineer. The industry I work in is IT and telecommunications. We're doing business in 8 countries, here to network with people. And I'm also part of Sanato Tijarat, the entrepreneurship side. So we would love to interact with people, how we can collaborate. Every event I've come to, I've been able to find people to work with me or collaborate. So just looking another good and effective day today.
Jazakallah, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. See you Ahmed here. I work with Jahangir Saab here. I'm working as a group CEO for Nets, and I'm here to network with people and sort of explain where I come from and where I'm going in the future. So,
Jazakallah, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So my name is Umar. I'm a retail franchising. I've been in franchising for about 10 plus years now, 12 years probably now. I've got 2 retail outlets, and I'm also part of Tijarat team in the entrepreneurs team. So here to interact with you guys and pass on my experience, my journey, and also learn from you guys. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. So my name is Nurullah Chaudhry. I'm a chartered accountant, but the most important point is I'm part of the Sanato Tijarat team. And it's so wonderful to see such diverse talent in this small gathering from Asia, Middle East, US, and UK. So looking forward to networking with everyone, small group, so make the most of it. Thank you.
Jazakallah, thank you so much. So. Lost your name tag.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Rizwan from Fazl Mosque. I have my own online business. I also have a few properties, and I've also got an IT software which I built from scratch. Just here today to network and help anyone if I can. Jazakallah.
Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Malek Faraz Ahmed. I'm a recent law graduate, now studying with a view to becoming a commercial lawyer. I suppose as probably the youngest person in the room, the only reason I can be here is to try and gain some experience from what I hope in the future will probably be people who have similar experiences to lawyers as clients, gain an understanding into how businesses operate in a real life context, and also how and why businesses make certain decisions. So I'll be listening with a keen ear to all the talks going on later.
Jazakallah, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Arslan Ahmed. I'm from Pakistan. I just relocated to UK 6 months ago, and I am in jewelry tools and pet grooming accessory business and exporting to different countries. And now I'm here to learn how to establish a distributor channel here because it's a good growing industry. A pet, they are very common. So trying to learn how to establish a distribution channel here in UK. Because as I have distribution channels in Australia, Germany, USA, but now I want to stand here on my foots in this field. Thank you.
Jazakallah, thank you. Last but not least, is it? Wasn't hoping to be called up, but you are.
Assalamu alaikum. So my name is Asif Ashraf. I've been involved in Sanato Tijarat since 2007, and my background is marketing and digital marketing. So yeah, I help on those particular areas. So yes, that's it. So thank you. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah, thank you. I would just say a few points about today. So already we've had it's a small group, so I think it'll give you more of a chance to share experiences, but also learn from some of the mentors. Already I've seen there's people that have done medical sales to care homes, intellectual property lawyers, and a student of law. So make those connections, speak to each other, swap numbers if you have to. For myself personally, growing as a business, Jamaat was an instrumental part in my success. So from everything to who printed my uniforms to where I essentially got my first ever resource pool of manpower, Jamaat and the network that I had within Jamaat was instrumental in growth of my business. And we will talk more about that later anyway. But first, I want a few words from Tommy Saab as well, just to kind of talk about today's event.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, I would like to add my own word of welcome to all the attendees here today and those who are joining us on live stream. Jazakallah everybody for taking your time out on a Saturday morning to be here with us. Just want to give some context, some background to today's event. So as many of you may know, for those who don't know, my name is Tommy. I was appointed the National Secretary for Sanato Tijarat in July this year by beloved Huzu. Literally the first thing I did as soon as I got the notification of the appointment was to write to Huzu, or PS I should say, to request a mulaqat with beloved Huzu to get direct guidance from Huzu what exactly he wants from us as a department. So literally I had it by the grace of Allah. Huzu granted me audience within a few days of my appointment. I met him, and even before I sat down, Huzu started and got my notebook out. Huzu started dictating instructions about what I should be doing as National Secretary. And I believe the third instruction after instructions to review the rules and regulations to get the agricultural project going in Hadika Tumadi, the third instruction was to compile a list of all Ahmadis who are either unemployed, underemployed, or who have the potential to do business and help them to set up businesses. So first thing we did was to conduct a nationwide survey, 6-week survey. We ran that comprehensively, we collected all the data, did detailed analysis of it. And today's event is a stepping stone. It's not by no means the end of the road. This is just the beginning. This is just laying the foundation to bring people together who have aspirations to become entrepreneurs, or those who are already established entrepreneurs, to act as mentors to the others. So that is the context of today's event. As has been announced by Aslan Sir, please make the most of today. Connect with your mentors, connect with experienced members of the Jamaat who have done this to the highest level, and connect and make those, lay those foundations and get those insights from them. And by all means, the most important thing for us is to provide feedback to us about how we can, as a department, support you in your journey. If you are able to launch a business, or you have a business already and that business is able to grow, please provide feedback. Or if you launch a business and you want support in your incubation period, please do reach out to us and let us know as well the feedback, so that we can, of course, continuously improve our ways of working as well. So with those brief words, I'll hand over back to Aslan Sab. Jazakallah once again, and wish everybody a fruitful deliberations today. Jazakumullah.
Jazakallah, thank you. I've just been informed there are some Lajna females as well. Do they have a mic? Amazing. Okay. If I can get some Lajna to introduce themselves as well, because we want it to be interacting from both elements as well. So if it is possible, I can get the ladies, someone to introduce themselves and what they're hoping to achieve today as well.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Fatiha. I'm the owner of FS Interiors, an interior architecture and design company where I help clients make the best use of their space by making it both functional and aesthetically pleasing. From today's event, I'm hoping to gain knowledge, to improve to grow my business, and to do some networking as well. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah, thank you. Next person.
That's it, Jazakallah.
All right, Jazakallah, thank you. Okay, So what we'll do is we'll begin with the speeches first, and there is PowerPoint presentation for everyone here to sort of see. So the first PowerPoint presentation is by Hasib Ahmad. He introduced himself earlier, and he's the CEO of NETS Nests International. Hasib Saab, can I get you to come on stage?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. The topic I'll be covering today is building business plan to actually increase your business. If you're starting a new business, how do you sort of plan that journey, essentially? I'm sure most of you guys have built business plans. I was hoping to speak to more, students. So it's a business 101. So let's start. Who here has ever started or worked on a business plan here? Show of hands would be great. And what's the number one reason businesses write a plan? If you can choose out of these four, or you can't see, can you?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. So, what's the number one reason, guys? Is it funding? Is it clarity? Is it attract team? Is it my mentor said so? Anyone? Clarity. Anyone else? Clarity. Yeah, that's the number one reason. All the other one is correct as well, but mostly you need to see business plan as a road to success, a GPS essentially for you to the end goal. Why a business plan matter? Like I said, it's GPS of growth. It takes you from point A to B to C to D, and then towards your end goal. It helps you avoid dead ends, align your team together, and make better decisions as a team towards your goal. So the blueprint of business plan is, number one, executive summary. This is where you sort of give a summary of your business, what's it meant to do, what the target audience, and a brief about the business. Then the business description in a bit more detail. Market analysis. The reason why this is important is to see what is the market that you can grab for your business. You call it TAM, total achievable market, and stuff like that. Then you have what product and services you will be providing as a business. Number 5 is marketing and sales. So for the success of any business, marketing and sales is the core that you need to achieve. Obviously, revenue builds the business and stuff like that. And then number 6 is operations. How would you run the business? Number 7, team and management. Now, whenever you go to an investor, what investors look at is the management team that they're backing, essentially, right? So building that team, having right people at the right places is very important. Number 8, financials. Again, something the investors will see and you yourself will see what the end goals are. How will you get there? What the profitability will be like, etc., etc. And number 9, last but not the least, risks. Risks are very important to highlight and mitigate and have a good plan around those risks. When you're building a business plan, there are a few questions that you need to ask yourself before you put that on a paper. What is the problem that you're trying to solve for your consumers? If you're B2B, what problem you're solving for the business? If you're B2C, what you're problem solving for your consumer? By the way, B2B is business to business business, and B2C is business to consumer, so end consumer. The next thing is, who is your customer? How do you tackle that? Real competitors. Now, the reason why competitors are important is, A, you need to see how they're conducting their business, what market share they have, and how you're going to be unique in that proposition, which leads to the next one, unique value. What unique value are you bringing to the business? Why are your consumer going to leave your competitors and come to you for your services and products? The next one is go to market. How would you set yourself up? How would you set your sales team up, marketing team up to actually go to the market, get that consumer or the business that you're fighting for to come and pay you essentially, and then credible numbers. So whenever you're looking at your finances, balance sheets, the P&Ls, you need to see if those numbers are achievable, and etc. So, which section investors care the most? From here, what section do you believe investors care the most for whenever you're presenting to the investors? Anyone? Yep, and? Financials, yes? Anyone else? Team. So, everything is important, but the most important thing which the investors look for is obviously the executive summary, which basically hooks them and grabs their attention when you start the presentation, and the financials, so realistic assumptions and clear path of returns. And so these two are the most important things that hooks the investors in. They see if it's going to be a profitable venture or is it going to be a fail. So these two things are important. The rest of the things are equally as important, but these two things are the hook that gets the investor come in. So as I said before, there are two types of businesses, a B2B and B2C. We at Nets have started or created a recent business plan for both. B2B being electric car chargers, how do you go to the commercial parking and install your chargers, and then B2C is the smart home element. How do you go in? So currently smart homes is a product that you buy off the shelf and you just put it inside. What we're trying to do is provide a full consumer service around it where all your smart devices will speak to each other. For example, you've got your sensor and then you've got dehumidifier. The sensor will see, okay, there's humidity in the room. The dehumidifier will turn on itself and do the job. So these are two different worlds, B2B and B2C. So the 6 things that you look at is customer focus, sales cycle, decision making, relationship, marketing, and scale strategy. Customer focus. So B2B, these are businesses, decision makers. You normally work with committees. They will take the decision. B2C is individual consumer or a family. They normally come together, see if it's financially viable to purchase, and they'll just go ahead and purchase. Sales cycle. So B2B expect long, very, very long sales cycles. Sometimes in Nets, we've seen even a year go by when we make a sale. So extremely longer sales cycle. B2C is very short and sweet. You go in, they like it, they buy it. Decision making. So in B2B, there are multiple stakeholders involved. Like I said, committees, stakeholders, like really dedicated buyers from the business side. In B2C, it's single person. It's very emotional. So you need to hook in the B2C, and B2B, you need to provide good ROIs for them, why to buy your products. Relationship, in B2B, there's long-term relationship and partnerships. So most of the time, your business customers will give you contracts maybe yearly or monthly or weekly, whereas a B2C will be a one-time sale. It will be a very short-term relationship. And obviously some products have subscription in it, but you tend to not speak to the end consumer that much. Marketing, very targeted in B2B, professional, very ROI driven. Okay, I'm gonna put this much in marketing and this much I'll get out of it. In B2C, however, it's mass market, brand driven, very creative. So however creative you are, the more consumer you'll end up getting, right? And today, it's the day of TikTok and Facebook and Instagram. It's how creative you are, and that's how you grab the customer. Scale strategy, depth before breadth, and breadth for volume for B2C. Which model would you choose and why, Jahangir sir? Yeah. So there's a new thing in the market as well, like Jahangir Saab was saying. There's now a term called B2C, so business to consumer. So like Jahangir Bhai said, it's always really good to connect with your end consumer. Anyone else, what business model would you choose, B2B or B2C, and any reason why? Anyone want to volunteer? Sorry, can't.
Could depend on your skill set. If you've been trained in certain things, you can only go directly to consumer.
Yep.
Let's say a medical professional. Whereas if you're generically, setting up, it could be business to business.
Yeah. All right. Perfect. So to dive a bit more into B2B and what to emphasize, one is deep research. You need to research your business, your customer really well. What are their pain points? Why would they choose your service and product? Multi-stakeholder buying. You tend to see in a B2B environment, there's like 4 or 5 people that you go through in the procurement team. Then you have to present your ideas to the delivery team or the operations team to actually sell your product. So it's a really long sales cycle. ROI proof, then you have to give a proof why your service is the best, why is it competitive in the market, what's the quality you're going to bring to that business, to your customer. So there's a lot of ROI proof that you need to do. Longer cycles, like I said, credibility signals. So you have to show that you have credibility in the market. That's why they will come to you. You have quality, you have prices competitive, and then compliance notes. There's a lot of red tape around you coming in. So for example, us trying to go sell a service to an operator and internet service provider, we have to show that we've got 7 or 8 trainings per engineer, so it gets really costly. So there's a lot of compliance and red taping around, selling to businesses. B2C, what to emphasize? Behaviors and triggers. So most consumers are very emotionally driven. If they like the product, they will go ahead and buy it. If they don't like it, they won't buy it. Is it cost effective? Even if it's not, is it bringing the right quality of life to their life? So all these things matter. Brand plus UX first. So branding. So I know a lot of people buy LV bags. I know it's very cheap to make, but people still pay a lot of money to buy it. It's just because of the brand. Fast GTM experiments. So if you started a B2C business, you can see a lot of turnaround really quickly if people are hooked to your product or not. So experimentation-wise, you can do a really quick experiment on your strategy, sales strategy, GTMs in the B2C world. Social influences, you tend to see a lot of B2C products are pitched to the world via YouTubers and influencers. So those guys really influence the consumer and the market. Loyalty, so I use an Apple brand, an Apple iPhone. I would never go to Samsung. And I'm sure it's true for you guys as well. So loyalty matters in the B2C. Once you have the customer hooked, they won't go to anywhere else. The next one is, and the final one is analytics and iterate. So you analyze and then you keep on doing it. You try something new, again, experiment is fast. If it's working, you do it again, and so forth and so on. Which part of the plan feels most difficult or intimidating? Common challenges are market validation. You go into the market, you have a perception that this will do well, but will it? What's the thought process behind it? So that is one of the most challenging things when you're building a business plan. Forecast realism. I mean, you sit amongst your friends and you say, okay, if I open a tutor business, for example, you'll have 10, 15, 20 people, students showing up. But is that realistic? What are the numbers? How are you bringing those numbers into play? So that's really hard and challenging to do. Differentiation, what's the unique selling point that you bring into the market? So for us as a contracting business, there's hundreds and 200s of businesses that are doing the same, but what's unique about us? Is it pricing? Is it the technology that we bring in with the labor work that we do? What's that unique difference? The next one is pricing. Again, are you competitive? Are you expensive? Obviously, then there comes quality of stuff. How is that all gelled together in your plan? And then focus creep, maintaining core priorities. You tend to, when you're a single-man team or a single-man business, you tend to go around and say, oh, I should do this. For example, you open a shop, you're selling Coke Zero quite well, but you then start seeing, oh yeah, should I put crisps in and all that kind of stuff, but that doesn't work. So that was a bad example, but however, you tend to, divert your focus onto other things, so that's really hard as well. So business plan should be treated as a live document. You should always go back to it, see if you're diverting from it. So like I said, it's a GPS to success. Don't go around it, just follow the plan, and you won't see a business that has so far failed for over-planning the business. 3 takeaways and what to remember. Plan, GPS for growth. Answer core questions crisply. What's your clear, unique selling point? And all that kind of stuff. Match plan to B2B versus B2C reality. And yes, that's it from me. If you have any questions, please go ahead. Don't ask too hard of a question.
So what is the opportunity? I mean, smart EV, smart homes, you have the audience here. Yeah. What is the opportunity to collaborate? What is there in the market that you think is exciting for you and could be exciting for the people here?
Yeah, so I'll start off with smart homes. So smart homes as a concept has been in the market for the past 20 years, right? You've seen a lot of products in the market, Alexas, air conditioning, whatever you name it, is in the market, which is smart, right? But when I've got a team member who's equally very technical and very technology freak. When we went into the market and saw that, okay, there's a lot of there's a lot of smart homes products, but those smart home products are very standalone, very siloed off. They don't really speak to each other. What's the point of having a smart home? So then we realized, and our plan came into action where we wanted all the smart devices into one single dashboard where products speaks to each other. Like I gave you an example of a sensor. There's examples of lighting, curtains, all those kind of stuff. It's a true automation and true automation of home. That is very exciting. The good thing is, and the bad thing is, we don't have any competitors in this space. So we're trying to educate the consumer, why it's needed, why it's necessary. Mostly at this moment in time, it's very luxury, but as the world evolves, it will become very essential in day to day. Especially the other day, I was testing at my house. I was sleeping, and my carbon dioxide level in the room got really high, and because of that, my windows started opening and stuff like that to have that wellness factor in place. So these are things that product can achieve at the moment. Career-wise, what jobs and opportunities it will open? Mostly software development, dashboarding, front-end UX engineers. Then you have electricians that will go in and put in the lightings, the sockets, the all those kind of stuff. And then salespeople, door-to-door salespeople, marketing jobs. These kind of things will come off of this business plan, and that's the opportunity in that. The EV charging, we've started with a couple operators, charge point operators they're called, where they do a lot of destination charging. Because we come from telecom background, we've got experience in civil, so civils is something that is very transferable. And then all we have to do is hire a few electricians. Project management, again, we come from telecoms. There's a lot of experience there, anyways. So it was a right decision to diversify ourselves, not spreading ourselves too thin, because we had 2 out of the 3 competencies. We just needed one more, so we've added that, and it's started to run now, and it's really successful. Again, the opportunities-wise, a lot of electricians are needed. What we've seen in the market is there isn't enough power to house a lot of chargers that the government is wanting. So there's a lot of substation that needs to be built. So there's a lot of electrical engineering work out there at this moment in time, to achieve their net zero through EV charging and solars and batteries and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, that's on smart homes and EV.
So, Hasif, this may not sit directly with you, but I think it was mentioned in one of the previous meetings where maybe we should share a template for the business plans and all that with the wider group. Anybody that I speak to, people don't understand business plan, cash flows, forecasts. So I don't know if you can share that, if you have a template, or maybe we can share that through the...
We can share it after. We'll share the business plans that we created for our recent investments. So we can share it. Jahangir sir, we can do that, right? Yeah. Any other questions?
Has the influence of the influencers ever been assessed? Is it actually realistic? Most of the time, if I see an influencer recommending something, I scroll past it. Is it actually worth it?
So let me repeat your questions, and if I understood it correct, you're asking if influencers, how do you assess or analyze if the influencers have influence in the sales of the businesses?
Is it actually worth engaging them?
Yeah. So I can't say for now because I haven't personally looked at it, but from market and research and what we've seen is a lot of young people in this environment tends to look at the influencers that they look at on a daily basis and buy the products that they're recommending. A good example is Prime that has been launched by the YouTubers recently. It was the most talked about product, the most sold product. The shelves were empty. but because the product wasn't as good, now you see it, it's on shelves and it's in clearance. So having the right product obviously matters, but obviously the influencers selling your product is very important as well. And they're able to genuinely put that product across a wider group and a loyal group as well. So.
When you're writing your business plans, do you ever have to think about how an investor will be looking in that business plan for some security for the investment that they're making? In other words, you mentioned the people are very important. Do you buy into the people?
Yeah.
Do you ever put anything into a business plan to say these people are how invested they are in that company, and that, in other words, they're not going to leave very quickly when the investment's been made? What kind of assurances do you build into a business plan for that investment?
So obviously, keeping your people, what you show your investors is that these guys have been with us for the past 5, 6, whatever years. So start off the bat, you've got some sort of backing to give to the investors. The other thing is how to keep your good people with you is with good incentives, the good growth path, and all that kind of stuff. Most of the businesses most of the businesses are run by the people, right? So it is very hard to put that into a business plan. All you can do is talk about that person, and that's what we normally do. He's got this many years of experience. I've known him for this many years. In the past, he's achieved these numbers and all that kind of stuff. So numbers you can show, the years of experience you can show, but obviously you can't give any guarantees that he won't up and leave, the next day. But those kind of things that you can really show to the investors, essentially.
Jazakallah.
Jazakallah.
Jazakallah, thank you so much. I think with regards to business plans, I'll just say two main points. One, it sounds heavy. We got hands up of who've done a business plan and who knows what it is. Can I get hands up who doesn't know what a business plan is? Anybody who's not made one before? One. So everyone else has made a business plan before. Who's too nervous to put their hand up? All right. I would also say the guys that are sitting on separate tables, please do sit together, because the whole point is interacting. But when it comes to business plans, it is just purely what is it that you want to achieve, who is the person that you're trying to give it to, and then where you're getting the money from. And once you start writing things down, automatically your brain will start thinking about how you cross those bridges or how you use a stepping stone to another. But anyway, enough about me talking. The next person is Shakil Emasab, who's here from Kelty. Please, sir, if you come up and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. I'm just going to run this presentation. Is that working? Hi, Chris.
Oh, yeah, your
presentation.
It should be fine.
Yeah, it's up. We're up. Okay. Thank you very much for coming. What I'm going to do is talk a little bit about intellectual property. Before that, I was asked to say a little bit about my background, how I got to where I am. And so I have a slide just telling you a little bit about my career path. There have been challenges along the way on that path. And for me personally, I've always looked to my parents for my experiences, because when there have been difficulties, I always look at the fact that they came here in the 1950s, that they had to go through a lot to try to get me educated. And whenever I face challenges in my career, I've looked at them and I thought they had to endure a lot more than I did. So one of the bits of advice that I was going to give individually, but I thought I may as well say it now, is that when you have any difficulties, always think about the people who helped you get you where you are now, and typically it's your parents, and that the sacrifices that they had to make to get you there. So enough of that. I'll just tell you a little bit about how I got to where I am. I'm an intellectual property lawyer. I didn't start out wanting to do that. I wanted to become an engineer. I was very interested in physics. And so my early education was to do with electronics, computer science, where I went to the University of Wales. And then after that, I did a PhD in medical electronics. And I tried to get a job in medical electronics, but all the jobs at that time in the early 90s were in the States. And I didn't really want to go to California because I wanted to stay in London. So I looked around, and most of the jobs at that time were to do with military electronics, building weapons systems and defense, this, that, and the other. So again, I wasn't very keen on that. And so I stumbled across in the careers library this profession, which is the patent profession, intellectual property. And what that really entails is trying to get people from an engineering or science background and to train them in the law so that they can apply the law to the latest technology, to try to protect that technology, to try to help that technology be able to be commercialized, and give reward to the inventors who created it. Intellectual property covers a vast area of things, which I'll talk about shortly, but in my career, that was the patent profession that I went through. It was, at the time, it was a very white-dominated Anglo-Saxon profession. I think I was the first Asian attorney in Europe, in fact. So it was very, very challenging at that time. And there was quite a lot of racism about as well. But hopefully nowadays it's not as acute as it was then. Even after finishing my PhD, I had to do professional exams. And I took exams until the age of 31. So, every year taking exams to become a European patent attorney and to become a chartered patent attorney. So 5 years of learning and doing exams following my PhD. It's very much similar to accountancy, where you do exams on the job to become a chartered accountant. At the end of that process, I was qualified, and I was getting quite frustrated at my company, which was a large company. I was a small cog in quite a large machine, if you like. And at that time, I decided to change my company, and I moved to what was then called David Kelty Associates, but now it's called Kelty, to create something new. I took a big risk at that time, and that's part of, I think, anybody's journey, that you have to sometimes take a step into something which looks risky on paper, but you have to kind of follow your gut instinct and think, well, actually, I think this is the right thing to do. So I joined effectively a startup. They're only 9 years old in a profession that's 250 years old. So I joined, I remember I was still answering the phones because we only had 10 people in the company. But since that time, then I qualified as a chartered engineer, and I became a partner in the company. We drove this very small company to do lots of challenging but kind of like different things. In a very old profession, we tried to win awards and try to do something quite different. As a result of that, we won the Queen's Award for Enterprise. We were ranked for 2 years in a row, 16th in the UK, as one of the best small companies to work in. And more recently, we've been in the top 10 firms in Europe for patents. So you can have that influence in a small company as you're growing it, but you have to try to distinguish yourself, and that's kind of what we've been trying to do. So that's really my journey as it is right now. And I'm still at Kelty, and recently I've just been made managing partner of the firm, so we will try to... There's a call coming in, so shall I just okay, ignore it, right. So now I'm going to tell you a little bit about intellectual property. And what is intellectual property? It's essentially different kinds of rights that help to protect innovation or ideas or brands. And there are two different types, as I'll show you on this next slide. There are the ones that you'll all very much like, the unregistered IP rights, because they're free, they're automatic, you don't have to pay for them. They come into being when something is created. So you will all have heard of copyright, I'm sure. That's the C with a circle. That's when something is original, is created, it's written down, it's recorded in some substance. And copyright's very useful for really protecting you against mass copying. So when you have a photograph or you have a picture that people will want to faithfully reproduce all the time, copyright's really great, because so long as you've recorded when you have created that right, you can have a right for the life of the author plus 70 years. So it's really, really very good. Similarly with design right, if you create a new kind of object or a shape or a configuration, you can get some automatic rights. However, those rights are very limited for design rights because the registered rights actually trump them, and I'll talk about those in a second. The other thing which is increasing is trade secrets. So trade secrets are particularly applicable to things which, if you put them in the marketplace, somebody will not be able to reverse engineer it. So an example of that is Coca-Cola. The formula for Coca-Cola was not known for 70 years because nobody could reverse engineer it. And so Coca-Cola did not file patents for their formula. And similarly, you see that with AI now. For example, a lot of the technology in AI is to do with how you train the large language model. And you can't necessarily reverse engineer that from use of the AI. So we don't know, sitting here, how a ChatGPT has been trained specifically to do what it does. That's a trade secret. So there are trademarks as well, and that will probably be the most common IP right that you come across, because it's to do with brands, it's to do with your brand of origin. Where do these goods and services come from? So if you're trying to establish your brand as something which people recognize, I mean, Samsung was mentioned earlier, and Apple was mentioned earlier, and people, when they see an Apple product, they associate a particular quality, a particular style with that brand. And that's what trademarks and service marks do. They give you that kind of branding. As an unregistered right, you are relying upon common law to enforce that. So you have to prove that when somebody sees your mark, that they think of you, not somebody else. And that's quite a hard thing to do. You have to go to court to prove that. But you do have those rights as a last resort. And whenever you see the word TM or SM, those are referring to unregistered rights. They are automatic. The area where I work in more is the registered rights, something you actually have to pay for. But essentially, they break down into kind of three areas. Patents, which is what I'm involved in, which is really the legal protection for your technological ideas. Anything to do with technology, and technology is very broad, so from chemistry, mechanical engineering, biotech, software, all of these areas are covered. But if you have something which is a technical idea, you can protect it for up to 20 years. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. Trademarks, as I mentioned, is a sign, a word, a logo, which people can associate with you. And there are certain tests you need to go through to get that registered, which I'll also mention. And a design, which is really the protection of the way in which you've expressed an idea. It's to do with a very specific way. So if you have a website and the functionality of the website, two websites is going to be very similar, but one's going to look very different to another, it's the way it looks that you can protect. And that's what a design does. So, moving on to registered trademarks and registered service marks. So a trademark can cover a company, it can cover goods. A service mark covers the services that you would provide from that. Now, the great advantage of this registered right is you do not have to prove that you have a reputation in the industry to enforce your rights. You just simply have a registration, and that's good enough to do that. The registration relates to goods and services, and there are 42 classes, And when you file a trademark, you have to say which classes your trademark is to be applied in, and then specifically what kind of goods within that class. And your protection is for what you have specified. So if I register, I don't know, flour for a computer, I can't then use that trademark against somebody who's using the word flour for, I don't know, a microphone. It's very specific to the goods and services that you have specified. A trademark can last forever. Some of them are over 150 years old. They renew every 10 years. So it's something which is quite useful as your company grows. And you can actually get a single trademark that covers the whole of the EU, which is quite economical. The kinds of tests that they're going to do for a trademark is the trademark distinctive? When people look at that, do they think, oh, okay, that's something to do with a company? So if you try to protect a word, as I say, for example, I said, I want to protect the word laptop for computers. The registry is not going to allow that because everybody in the field of computers wants to use the word laptop to describe what they're doing. So you're not going to get, it's got to be distinctive, the word. Can it distinguish your goods and services? It's got to be non-descriptive. So you can't talk about the things which, the function or the origin or the quality of the word. So I've given an example here, Pakistani mangoes. If I tried to apply for a trademark, that would be refused because the word Pakistani gives me the origin of where those mangoes came from. And that's something which you're not allowed to do. However, example here is elephant atta. The word atta is descriptive of what the chapati flour is. However, the word elephant isn't. Elephant's got nothing to do with that. So in combination, elephant atta will be something that is protectable. Obviously, if somebody has registered the trademark before, then it's not going to be original, or if someone's using the trademark, obviously your idea has to be original, and it has to be something which is not misleading. So the example I've given there is if you have a trademark pure Swiss for chocolates, but actually they don't come from Switzerland at all. So that's kind of misleading, because if I picked up a bar of chocolate and said pure Swiss, I would think, oh, that comes from Switzerland. So these are the kind of tests that they apply. And you can apply for trademarks, or you can rely on your common law rights. The only piece of advice I would give you is if you are launching a product or you're coming out into the market, spend some time or money using a trademark attorney to do a search before you launch your product. There are many cases where people don't do the search. They file under a particular brand, and then the next thing they receive is a letter to stop what they're doing because somebody else owns those rights. And the cost of rebranding is significant, can be significant, compared to doing a search and just saying, well, we can't use that brand. Okay, so patents. What are patents? Patents are something which protects your idea, your technical idea, and governments don't like giving monopolies, but they give you a monopoly for a patent if you give them something back in return. And what they want from you is disclosure. They want to understand what it is that you're doing. So you have to disclose what your invention is in a patent application, and then if you pass their tests, you'll be given this monopoly. Now that disclosure is of how your invention works. One example of how your invention works, and it remains secret for 18 months, and then it gets published for the world to see. So you can understand now the balance between a trade secret and a patent, because a patent is going to disclose what you're doing. You've got to be comfortable with that before you come to a patent. 20-year term, as I mentioned, and it typically takes 3 to 4 years to get a patent granted. You can accelerate that in certain cases, but typically it's 3 to 4 years. They are territorial rights, so you have to get a patent for the UK, a patent for America, a patent for Pakistan, a patent for whichever country you're interested in. There are certain countries which allow you to group those countries together, like Europe, but ultimately, enforceability-wise, it's on a country-by-country basis. You don't have to file in all these countries at the beginning. You can file in one country, and then you have 12 months to file in other countries of the world. But they are the most expensive IP right. Drafting a patent application, 10 to 15,000 pounds, depending on the technology. And then there are going to be charges and costs for getting it granted and prosecuting it. So it is not cheap, but it can be very vital, and it's kind of quite important to think about that. One of the statistics I was just going to mention, which I should have mentioned at the beginning, is that there was a survey done in 1975 of companies all around the world and how many intangible assets they had. And it was about 17% of companies' assets were intangible. In other words, they weren't, they're more intellectual, or they were brands, or they were patents, or they were know-how. That's really spiked up, and in the last year, it was about 90% of the assets of most companies are intangible, which makes it a nightmare for accountants, because how do you value IP? It's very, very difficult to do that. But it is an area which is very important. You should be thinking about it, because most companies, and it maybe feeds into business plans as well, what is it that you've got that gives value to a company? And investors do look at patents, trademarks, these kinds of things. So why have a patent? It's got to be a commercial decision. The days of having inventors who just invent for fun are long gone. It's got to be commercial. It's got to do with what your company is trying to achieve. Everybody thinks patents are just about protecting your ideas, but that's not the number one reason people file patents. The number one reason is to really provide assets to the company, provide some defensive positioning. Just having patent pending can put people off. It can have a deterrent effect. It also gives you a marketing opportunity as well, because there are companies like L'Oreal and Dyson that make a huge play on the fact that they are innovative companies, and the patent is a badge of innovation. There are licensing opportunities. You don't even have to exploit that technology. You can license it to third parties. And the number one thing in the financial markets, or financial fintech clients that I've got, is that it can give you tax benefits. So corporation tax is at 25% for the profits of companies. If you have a patent that relates to what you're doing, you can put the profits into something called patent box and be charged at 10% corporation tax. That's the number one driver for insurance companies, banks, hedge funds coming to me to say, please find me something that I can patent because I want to save tax. So it's worthwhile bearing that in mind. So, and the last slide I'm going to just talk about is, so we've talked about what is a patent, why you might want it. There are 3 tests that you are put to, but the government puts you to say, can I get a patent for this idea? The first is called novelty. Is your idea in the public domain? So whatever it is you want to protect, is the concept that you've had, is it in the public domain? So that will be a check that they do for everything that they can find that's been patented. They'll do Google searches. They'll look at research papers from universities, anything that's been published. But also remember, if you speak to an investor and you haven't got that investor signed with an NDA, or if they refuse to do it, then that could be a disclosure, which is your own publication, which can act against you. So the number one thing to remember is to make sure you disclose your idea in confidence, confidentiality agreement, or you make absolutely clear in written correspondence, this is a confidential idea and you are not free to go and tell other people about it. So let's assume that that's the first test and you're clear that nobody has come up with this idea before. The second test that the Patent Office do is called inventive step. And what they're looking for is saying, how clever is your idea compared to what was done before? But that's a very subjective issue as to how clever something is. A university professor will tell you this is not very clever at all, whereas a university graduate will say that's amazing. So the way that the Patent Office looks at it is that they see, okay, let's identify the difference between what you do and what's been done before, and can you associate advantages to that difference? So to give you an example, many of you may play squash. I know that Jahangir Saab has a very famous squash player who he shares the name with. But squash was invented 150 years ago. People played with a green-coloured squash ball and a black-coloured squash ball. In the 1960s, a British guy came up with the idea of a blue-coloured squash ball, and he applied for a patent for it. And so the patent office did their tests. They said, okay, is this new? Has anyone seen a blue squash ball before? No, no one's seen a blue squash ball. So it passes the novelty test. But surely it fails on inventive step. That's not clever, having a blue squash ball. I can have yellow with pink spots on it. Why should I give you a monopoly for a blue-coloured squash ball? But the inventor said, no, actually, blue, I've realized, is a short wavelength. And as you see the ball flying around the court, you can see it a fraction of a second quicker because it's a short wavelength. And the patent office said, no, that's still not allowable. And he took it to court. He went to the Court of Appeal, and they said, no, that's absolutely right. The advantage is associated with the difference. So he got a monopoly to blue-coloured squash balls. So it may seem trivial, but remember that it's comparing to what's out there. Is there an advantage, technical advantage to what you have created? That's the difference. And the last step is that there's a category of things which are not permitted to be protected, but they are very narrow. So a computer for a program for a computer, a method of doing business. These are kind of, a method of playing a game, but these are very, very narrow. So all you have to show is that you've solved a technical problem. So if you can show that, then you can overcome this third step. And that's really kind of like an introduction to patents and to the technology. I'm happy to take questions on anything that I've talked about or anything else.
Is working? Yeah. Thank you. About trademarks.
Yes.
So when I advise to my client, or I also act in the same way, okay, you need this name for your business, get it registered at company's house, get a website. Is that enough? Or do we still need to go beyond?
Well, as I said, the one piece of advice I would have is do some background searching. Company's house, yes. The URL for the website, very good. But trademarks can protect. Someone can file a trademark and they may not have the URL, they may not have the company's house registration, but they have the trademark. Now, if they have a trademark, they can stop you. They can stop you from launching your product. The last thing you want is a letter before action, because when they send you that, they will say, right, you have damaged our reputation, we want you. So what I would recommend is doing searches, trademark searches. And trademarks are territorial rights. So you could do something yourself. You could have a look on the trademark register, which is available free of charge, and see what marks are similar to yours. And then, as I said, you have to compare the goods and services that those trademarks relate to. And if you do that, you can get an idea, but often there's some kind of overlap. And I think trademark searching isn't that expensive, maybe £1,000, £1,500 for a keyword search in the UK, and that would give you peace of mind. It would also be something you could feed into a business plan to say, we've also carried out searches, and you give the investor a bit of confidence that if he launches this product, he's not going to have to pay for trying to get you out of that problem. So it's a little bit of due diligence, if you like, and it's not too expensive, but it gives you some comfort, and I would recommend you do that.
Assalamu alaikum. Sheikh Saab, very, very interesting. I have probably two questions. One is to ask you, regarding your career, what particular patent have you been involved in that now you see the fruits of in real life? That's, that you've been involved in from the beginning and come to fruition, and something that we may know in our daily life and stuff. So that's one of the first questions. The second one was related to that idea of, you mentioned about insurance companies coming to you regarding obtaining that sort of 10% corporate tax rate or whatever it is. Just wanting to understand that. Does that mean that they're looking for patents within their own profession, or they're willing to invest in another kind of patent in order to do that? So I was just trying to understand that part better.
Okay. So I'll take your first question. I drafted a patent for a company called Travel Fusion. I think it was probably 30 years, 25 years ago. And they came up with the idea of you have one type of transport, and then you have another type of transport and a third type of transport to get you from A to B, linking up together different types of transport. They sold that patent to TfL. So the TfL planner you have now was the original, it's expired now, but the original patent was something I drafted to multimodal travel. So getting from A to B, previously you say, well, how do I get from A to B? And you say, well, find the nearest train station to go from A to B. And these guys came up with, well, we can do bits of journey from different types of transport, and we connect them all together, and we can then find out the fastest way to get from A to B. And that's multimodal travel planning, and the company was Travel Fusion, and they sold their patent to TfL, or TfL took a license from it. They sold it to Google, in fact, and TfL took a license from it. So that's an example where patents can help, and that was a small startup company, and they did very well out of it. So, and sorry, your second question, could you just, I forgot. Right, oh yes, patent box. So the insurance companies or the hedge funds, they look for technology that they are using rather than what somebody else is using. They have to come up with something that's patentable in what they do. So pretty much all financial tech companies or financial companies have some platform, or they have some processes that go on that platform. All I have to do is I have to find a tiny part of that platform that is clever, that's inventive. And then they get the benefit from all of the revenue that comes and touches that platform. It's very, very underutilized, and it's something which is very advantageous to companies. But obviously you have to be generating a profit. So there's a balance between startups who are going to have to go through various phases to get to that profit, and companies that are generating profit. Companies that are generating profit, they are looking for ways to reduce tax, and a patent now is becoming a very, very popular way of reducing tax. We just have to find something that's innovative in everything that they do, file a patent for that, get the patent granted, and then they qualify for this. And the benefits aren't just for the UK. So if you have a UK company that has a UK patent, but they are getting revenue from all over the world, and it's coming into the UK, they can be taxed at 10% rather than 25%. So it's very generous. I'm not an accountant, but you know, it's something which accountant firms come to me and they talk to me about how can we get this for our clients. So.
Assalamu alaikum. Actually, last week I filed one patent for my one invention. Oh. So there are some part related to the AI, like LLM, large learning module and everything. Do we need to register for trade secret, or only just we can keep on patent?
I suppose the question you have to ask yourself is, when my product or my service goes out to the market, will someone be able to reverse engineer and do what I'm doing eventually? If they will, then it's probably fine to apply for a patent. You still have this 18 months before it gets published.
So once we submitted, the day itself you will get the protection, or it will take 18 months?
So the day you file a patent application is the day on which you start to accrue the benefits of Patent Box, but also it's where you stop other people's disclosures and your own disclosures counting against you. So it's, if you like, you put a flag in the ground saying, this is the date of my invention. It's going to take you some time to get that patent granted. Only when it's granted can you enforce it against other people. The publication date is important because when your application publishes, then a meter starts running for damages. So if I was your competitor, and I saw, after 18 months, I saw your idea, and I copied it, and I copied the idea and I started using it, eventually when you get your patent, you can go to them and say, you took my idea, and I want damages going back to the date when my application published, because that's when you knew about it, or that's when the world knew about it. So publication is important for that. But if you feel that they will not be able to eventually train a large language model to do what you're doing, then maybe a trade secret is better. It really depends. You will definitely have lead time to market because the amount of time you've spent in training that LLM is going to give you an advantage. Even if someone sees your idea on the market, they're still going to have to train their LLM to do what you're doing. However, if they will eventually get there, then a patent is probably the better thing to do. It also helps you, as I said, for investment, for tax, for various other reasons.
So this protection only for this UK itself or all over the world? How we can, because maybe...
Yeah, so protection is done country by country, on a country by country basis. If you filed your patent application, you have 12 months to file in other countries. Okay. You have to look at your markets. Where are your markets going to be? Or where are the markets going to be that you could license the technology to somebody else? And you have to lock down those markets. Having a patent can increase the amount of license revenue you get. You can ask for a higher percentage to license your technology because you have a patent. Because what the licensee is getting is they're not only getting the technology from you, the idea, how it works, the know-how, they're also getting this umbrella protection, which means that their market is also protected to some degree by the patent. So it does generate higher revenues if you have a patent.
We have another question at the back, but quickly asking you, is it the publication date of patent or the acceptance date that's relevant? You just mentioned in your example.
So the publication date doesn't give you any rights except for back damages. So only when you get a patent granted is it a right that you can use to stop people doing various things.
Assalamu alaikum. Question is with regards to defense of patents. So a patent is granted, you may face some issue with trademark and some infringement. Is there a statute of limitation in terms of how long you can apply for damages, etc., for the patent in case, for example, as a small business, you don't have the funds to defend your IP at that particular moment, but you wish to do so at a later stage?
Yeah, the statute of limitations is a 6-year rule which stops you from exercising your rights against something which happened over 6 years ago. That is very relevant for damages. So the day you enforce your patent, you can only go back 6 years for damages. But you can enforce your patent at any time during it. Even if you've known about the infringement, but you haven't had there's funds to exercise against that, that is a legitimate reason to bring an action a bit later. The other side will try to argue that you should have brought it earlier, but it is a defense to that argument to say we just did not have the funds to do it, or we were trying to get the funds together to try to stop this. We were looking for partners who would support our efforts to try to stop this infringement. Different countries have slightly different rules. So I think in the US it's slightly different, but I'd have to look into that in more detail. But there are slightly different rules in different. But in the UK, you can bring an action if you have a patent that's granted. The only thing about a UK patent is that if you're in the last 4 years of the patent, then the person that you're suing, and if you're trying to sue them to stop them doing what they're doing, they can apply for something called a compulsory license. In other words, they say, you can't stop us doing it, but we will pay you a license because you're in the last 4 years of this 20-year term. So they can do that as a defense, but you will still get licensing fees out of it. Yeah, please.
Jazakallah. One thing that really amazes me about this Jamaat is in every field of human endeavor, we have experts by the grace of Allah. I'm really fascinated to know that we have such an expert in this unique area of human achievement. So Jazakallah for that. I guess I got 2 questions. One more personal. Feel free to sidestep it or take it offline if you want to. But this area of intellectual property has always intrigued me. Say, for instance, I work for a firm or business. While I'm there, I develop some software system to streamline the operations. I know we sign all these disclaimers before we join as independent or permanent employee, but how much right do I have to that intellectual property if and when I leave the firm, if I want to take that with me?
Okay,
that's one question.
so as an employee, most contracts, as you quite rightly say, they say that if you create an invention in the course of your employment, and that the employment, it's your role to come up with ideas or work on these ideas, then typically the rights belong to the employer. There's not much you can do about that. However, if what you come up with is something which is not expected of your job. So let's say you're in marketing and you come up with a brilliant engineering idea. You're not an engineer, you're not paid to do research and development. It's not expected that you'll come up with ideas. You would have even if you've signed an agreement, you would have a cause to say, well, hold on, this is not my job, and I've come up with something independently, so I should have the rights, or I should get some benefit from this. You have that right. The other thing is that if you are someone who's come up with something, regardless of whether or not it's in the course of your employment, and it's what you've been expected to do, you have a moral right to be named as an inventor on any patent. If you are not named as an inventor and you did have a contribution, that's something that you can again use to maybe convince the company that you need to get some recompensation for excluding you as an inventor because you have a moral right to be named.
Jazakallah for that. I guess my second question, probably more generic for us here for today's event. And you mentioned about the concept of registered and unregistered. How would you advise somebody? When do you make that decision to become registered? How do you navigate that? Because obviously registration costs has some significant cost to it. So as a small business entrepreneur, what would your advice be to navigate that path between registered and unregistered?
I think if you don't have the funds to do it properly, then, and I know some people have done this already, you can file it yourself. It's not very complicated in terms of you have a mark and you have, or a slogan or a logo, you can file for it, you can designate the classes. The only thing that I would say is that if you file a trademark and you do that and you get the advantages of it, as soon as you do have the funds and your business takes off, go and speak to a professional about it, because that mark may not actually cover what you think it covers. And it may be restricted, overly restricted to what you think it is. The other thing is, if you file your own trademark, you simply have to pay the registration fees, which are not huge, but you may get some objections along the lines that I mentioned. And when you get those kinds of objections, you really ought to take, again, professional advice, because it could mean that the money you've spent is going to be worthless if you make amendments that are not really going to serve the commercial purposes. So you already have the automatic rights, and to act as a deterrent effect, I would put, if I can just probably get them back up on this screen. Yeah, so I would, whenever you create something, these three circles at the top here, copyright, TM in a circle, or SM in a circle, put that on your literature, on your marketing materials. It's free. It's just telling people that you're using a word as a trademark. If you use a particular word as a trademark that doesn't pass the tests, but you use it for a long enough period of time, and it becomes so well known to people that they know what the origin is by looking at it, then it can become registrable as a result of that. So an example is American Airlines. American Airlines, that would not pass the test that I said, because it's telling you that the airlines are from America. So it's telling you about the origin, a bit like Pakistani mangoes. But because they've used American Airlines for 70, 80 years, it's become distinctive of that brand, of that company. And so if they can show to the registry, look, we have all this evidence to show when we say American Airlines, they think of our company. They don't think of all the other American airlines, they think of only our company. Then that can be evidence to get you the registration. And this is exactly what they did. And there are many other examples of that. So you can start off using these logos and tell people that you understand intellectual property. Put it into your business plans, because an investor will think, oh, you've thought about intellectual property, that's good, that gives me some little bit of you are showing that you're knowledgeable in trying to protect the rights that I will want eventually to protect my investment. But when you can, then you can't put R in a circle until you file a registered and get it registered a trademark. So that's what I would try to do.
Jazakallah.
Thank you.
There's one more question.
Oh. So, yes.
Oh, there's one more there. So.
Sanato, yeah, I just have a question regarding trademarks. If you have a registered trademark and then someone goes to company's house and registers a company on the same name, is there any legal protection for that? Or?
So registering a name per se doesn't constitute an infringement of a registered trademark. It's when they start using that name in commerce that it becomes an issue which a registered trademark can be applied against. The thing is that, like I said, the trademark that you've got registered is very specific for the class of goods and the type of goods or services. And you have to map the activity that that company is doing to what you've written down in your trademark as in terms of the goods and services. So, for example, elephant atta was the example that I used. If I try to sell any food-related products, which may be similar to elephant atta, then they might be able to stop me because they say, well, elephant atta is so well known that our trademark, our goods and services cover other foodstuffs. But if you use that logo or that name for something which is completely unrelated, then they can't use that trademark against you. And similarly, if you're trying to enforce your trademark against a company, it's the activity that they're doing that's the most important thing. If that activity falls within the classes that you've specified, then you can send them a letter before action, say, stop what you're doing, and pay me compensation. There's all kinds of things you can do. Yeah. Sorry, there was one more question.
Yeah, just a quick question. So if someone's looking to get a patent, let's say, in another country, let's say more broadly speaking, let's say the Middle East or Africa, what are the potential challenges or risks that someone can actually face over there?
So the courts in many of those countries are not so well developed. So it can be a bit more challenging to enforce your rights. But having said that, that usually applies to multinationals because they know the law, they know the remedies. If it's a small local company and you have IP rights, the mere fact that you have IP rights is quite often to say that, I'm sorry, we didn't know, and they'll stop doing what they're doing. China's a good example of that. For example, 20 years ago, everybody was copying everything in China, and it was very difficult to enforce intellectual property rights. But now they have a much more sophisticated system, and you can enforce those rights there. And people are very wary of the fact you have a government piece of paper with a red stamp on it which says, I have a patent. And if you don't comply with what a court's saying, you're going to be probably thrown into jail. No, I'm just going to stop doing what I'm doing. In places like Africa, it's very underdeveloped. So you can apply for patents, you can get patents. Enforcing them is probably very difficult, but I think they have a much bigger deterrent effect because people don't understand patents. So I think they will be much more wary. And if you say you have a patent in that country, they are more likely to say, okay, fine, we didn't know, we'll stop doing what we're doing, which has the effect that you want.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm conscious I've taken up a lot of time.
So, shall we close?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jazakallah. I think already during sort of the first two talks, there's definitely been conversation, but I think that will continue afterwards, especially between, I think, intellectual property and accountants and everything else. Right, the next person up, and just a quick one, and I'm aware we are running slightly behind time because of the way we started, but it's really good to see more people join us during the event. So I would say the people that are joining us, please do sit with everyone, interact on your tables, because the whole point of today is to network with each other. So the next person up is Noor Chaudhry Sahab. He's been gentle enough to sort of pass the mic around, so if you just come up, and I will leave your IT to you because you're the master of this.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
while I'm setting up my IT, thank you to Shakil Sab, giving us such a good start, and Hasib Sab earlier. Listening to Shakil Sab's presentation, it did make me a bit nervous because the things I'm going to show you on my slides may end up infringing few copyrights. So I'm not sure I should. But full disclosure, I've taken few images from a very nice publication, Private Eye. So I think they're public property for now. So let me just. Apologies. I know we have wasted a lot of time earlier, taking the liberty. Can you see the other screen? Sorry. It's there. Okay. Let me just maximize it. Good. Right. So I was saying, Shakil Saab, no offense, but I should have got him to sign an NDA for me. Take your time to go through this if you can read it. Once you get the joke, I can move on. So can you see? Okay, you can see it. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, right, back to my presentation. So, of course, Jahangir Saab gave me the title of my presentation, How to Raise Capital, and I came up with a little variation. I'm actually trying to see how to find capital. And this is the theme that I'll be going through the rest of my presentation, what capital we can find within ourselves. It is not how, capital isn't just money. It is everything you already have and you can create value from. And your journey and my journey, it starts with when we discover our own capital within the business sense. As I said, capital is not just money. So can audience tell me some other examples what capital could be? What capital we can find within ourselves? Anyone? Okay, I can move on. Experience, yes, of course. Exactly. Absolutely. Any other ideas? Yes, indeed. So on each of the following slides I'll be sharing with you, you will be able to spot a capital item because I've colored it red, so it's very simple. We often think that starting a business needs a lot of money, but what if your first investor is you? So with your own capital, everyone can start with some form of business. So as audience said, it's time, knowledge, creativity, energy, grit. So we all need to think about what we already have that someone else might invest in. The bootstrap hustle. So the hustle phase where you wear every hat. You are your accountant, you're your admin assistant, you're your receptionist. So bootstrap capital is your energy, your evenings, your resourcefulness, every founder starts here creating something, nothing, out of nothing. Then there's crowdfunding shares. This is when your idea starts to gain believers. People don't just back products, they back stories. If you can inspire strangers, you already have a social capital. Pitching to angels. So angel investors invest in you, not just your slide deck. And authenticity and clarity are your credibility capital. Be prepared to answer why you, why now. Universities spin out. So innovation often, like Shakil Saab's background in electronic engineering. So it comes from your classroom and labs. Academic capital helps you to turn knowledge into enterprise. And the biggest leap isn't technology, it's the mindset shift from research to real-world impact. Government grants are free money, but it is buried in paperwork. So it requires a bit of hard work. Grant teach you discipline and clarity, and you must articulate your value. And remember, it's not just money, it's validation. So even if you don't get much money, your idea is validated by getting a successful grant. Startup competitions is another way of getting some money. You build your brand, not just your bank. Gives you visibility and confidence, which is both important capitals. Although winning is a nice thing, but showing up for competition is also very important. We need to find strategic partnerships. So partnerships double your reach and half your risk. Sometimes your best investor is another founder, and it gives you shared capital, resources, network, credibility, and builds momentum. Community funding is another good source of capital. Your community is your capital. So people love to help those they see trying. Look in our community. The effort we are making today is one of the ways we are trying to build that capital. Your local supporters are your earliest ambassadors. Always give your community something to believe in. Let's see if I can say this word properly. Accelerator life. Yes. Offers mentorship, structure, and networks, all capitals. The best accelerator don't just grow your business, they grow you. And yes, they will make you pivot 10 times with different ideas and suggestions. Creative financing, when your money is tight, creativity becomes your capital. Every act of barter, favor, or collaboration is a lesson in value creation. If you can trade pizza for progress, you're already an enterprise. So from all those slides, that's the summary. All traits, all capabilities, all resources we have is our capital. Don't just think in terms of cash. So in summary, you're your own first investor. The most powerful capital is your belief and persistence. And before you ask for money, know what you are bringing to the table. Investors don't just fund ideas, they fund momentum. I was asked to give a brief summary of my firm, what we do, and how I got there. So Capsha is what I represent as partner. And that's a journey of the last 15 years. After leaving KPMG, I started my own firm. And the idea was to compete with the likes of KPMGs and PwCs of this world. And I'm glad and proud to say that today we are working alongside those firms with common clients. So that's quite a rewarding experience in the last 15 years. And in those 15 years, this is all the capital I've used. All the things we talked about earlier. But the most important of all these are the prayers. Your parents, your family, and your own prayers. It's a call to action. So find your undiscovered capital. We all have much more than just 3 things. I was supposed to speak for 20 minutes, I think, but I'm running out.
That's okay.
So that's much more efficient. So I got a few more slides to share without any copyright issues. So if we are desperate, something to present, there's another one. Intellect. And finally, some nice ideas. So the real important thing is to put your ideas to action. Jazakallah. Any questions?
Assalamualaikum. Noor Sahib, just one thing that has come in my view of recently about financing is things like seller financing as well. Seller financing. Could you just elaborate on whether that's something that you've seen in action and whether you recommend that approach as well?
Sorry, which finance?
Seller financing. Seller, as in it's usually used when somebody is acquiring a business and they use the business's profits effectively to pay off the purchase of a business.
Okay. Well, but this is something different. This is seller finance, you're saying.
Yeah.
So seller is financing the buyer. That's what you're referring to. So seller business is financing the buyer. I haven't come across, but it looks quite strange. Why would a seller give up their business for nothing? Yeah, it'd be good to know more about exact example if you have, please.
Yeah, Nusa, one is a comment on seller-based financing. Sometimes as a startup company, your clients really value you, but you don't have the funds to deliver those kind of goods. You don't have the financing for that. Sometimes the buyer itself give you, let's say, 50% advance, 100% advance, and they would say you take the advance, but charge me lower margins.
Okay.
So this is the kind of things I've seen happening even with ourselves.
So I know this is happening with NVIDIA. So, sorry, not NVIDIA, ChatGPT. NVIDIA has an interest in ChatGPT, and so they are buyer and seller at the same time. They are investors. So there are circular relationships in those deals that they are doing. And Jahangir Saab example, yes, that can be structured, but we need to look at transfer pricing issues, if there are any of those that come up. That's to do purely with taxation. But I really would like to see a real-life example of where it is applied and how a seller benefited. Of course, you can give up some of your equity to your customer because your business depends on your customers. And your customers, vice versa, they are relying on your product. So they're interested to keep you afloat. And thereby, they are happy to take a stake because they do see there's a benefit in your business, yes.
I can give an example. So we had a customer, they said, we're going to give you $10 million business. You have the agency to provide the goods. and we cannot buy it directly. So we'll give you 100% advance, but bring your margins from 10% to 5%.
Yeah.
I mean, a simple example where both parties benefit. I, as a small company, I don't have that capital, that financing to do that, and the buyer is getting direct benefit without me giving them any stake in our business. But it's a commercial benefit.
Yes, that's right.
The other is just a comment, or I think a note, is small businesses, once they enter their own business, how should they maintain their financial statements? Why should they submit their, record the financials so that they can build their history?
Yeah.
Because after 2-3 years of running a business, when they're really about to scale, they go to a bank says them, you're not fundable because you don't have the right financial statements, you don't have a good auditor, and also some mistakes of not filing the accounts in time. Very small things, but they take you away, number of years away from being fundable. So if you could, I think, advise or give some feedback on that what are the top 3 practices, even day one you get into business, you must do to make yourself financially credible for the institutions.
So as one of my slides alluded to, most of the entrepreneurs, they are bootstrapped. So limited resources, and they are all focused on just getting the product right. And the supporting services, finance, customer service, and other things, they come secondary to them. And they don't have the capacity or willingness to invest in those things. And finance is fundamental because you can manage a small business because every transaction is going in front of your eye. But as it expands, you need to have a credible system that can give you proper health check of your business. So a good, healthy business, before it's too late to find out, so those symptoms should be visible, and that's only possible if you have proper management reporting. So the moment small businesses, they find, realizing that now they don't know what they made today, how much profit or loss they have made on a daily basis, that's the time then they need some help. They should have a proper system. And now it's not very expensive. The technology has made bookkeeping quite simplified. So most of the application can be managed by the business owner themselves. Outsourcing is very cheap. But proper reporting and financial health check is very important from the beginning. And you never know when you may find an interested party willing to invest in your business. And that's the time when you don't have proper record. And I'm actually currently looking at a very successful dental practice. For 4 or 5 years, over 10 dentists in their practice. The accounting records were not kept properly. It's a successful business, but they want to exit. We can't present it to any investor because the numbers are not credible. So investors are losing money, some others are losing patience, but that shows a small thing which could have been managed much more earlier at much less cost is not costing much more, wasting time as well, and you may lose investors' interest in due course. Oh, yes.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum. So I'm currently going through the rigmaroles of funding rounds and having discussions with angel investors and VCs, etc. What I found is that in the UK, there seems to be a ceiling limit of available funds for like a pre-seed company. And so the question I have is, if I went abroad, say for example to the US, the raise for a particular fund is in its millions, whereas here it's around about $500,000 effectively for a pre-seed company. And since the time and constraints of raising takes so much time, what would be your advice for such type of pre-seed company raise?
But you could go, if you think you can get more money from US capital markets, and that's we have seen in recent years with the London Stock Exchange. Companies are not listing here because they feel much more comfortable with American markets. There's more capital, obviously, there. For pre-seed companies, yes, you can go there, but where is your customer base? So your operations are UK. Are your investors willing to take country risk, especially with Ukraine war, Brexit, and everything else. So of course, need to explore with the investors, and they have much more data, and they can look at their specific interests. Yes, they have more money, so they can invest more. UK doesn't have that much liquidity, unfortunately.
Assalamualaikum.
Yes.
Nur Sahib, this is an interesting topic. With regards to funding, what I've noticed is that some companies, regardless of having a good product or a service, they manage to raise millions. How do they manage to do that when there's not a real, like, even a business behind it?
I'm as surprised as you are. I'll give an example. You all have might have tasted Wingstop. Yeah? Kids like it a lot. If you don't know, it was sold last year for 460 million in UK, just UK. 65 branches. Started, because I know the guy who started, so 2017, he started with just one branch, and he then worked hard, went to different investors, found the 10th person who was willing to back him, and they had a good growth plan. So they went to all new developments, every city they could go to, and within 7-8 years, grown the brand to 67. It's quite established in US, but it was new to UK. 67 branches. If you pick up their last year accounts, it had losses, but still, Goldman, I think it was Goldman, valued it at 450 million. It's because apparently there's too much interest and the buyer was a venture capitalist, American venture, because they think there's a potential for growth. Domino was also interested. So I think the valuations currently, especially in the IT sector, they are not purely based on profitability. If you look at ChatGPT, it got $500 million valuation before it could get to a $500 billion valuation before it could get to a 20 billion turnover. For Amazon's and Google, $500 billion valuation came much more later. I don't have the exact number, but let's say they were turning over 250 billion when they got $500 billion valuation, whereas ChatGPT at 20 billion only. NVIDIA, 5 trillion company, bigger than Germany GDP. So what value is there? God knows. But we are all into, we are heavily invested, yes. I think we are running out of time, so Jazakallah. Let me switch it back.
I would just like to ask, is there any ladies, Lajna, that would like to ask any questions? Okay. Thank you so much. I think just the course of a couple of hours, we've had everything from business plans to intellectual property and how to protect what you are kind of selling, and now to finance. So it is coming together. So if you're really listening, it would help. The next person up is Omar Khan Saab. He's the Snappy Snap franchise owner, and he has done his model around franchise. So it's really good going to be listening to him as well. So if I just get him to join us on stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, very interesting day so far. My presentation is very, very basic. It was mainly aimed for the new startups, basically. What I've seen here today is, well advanced level, decent experience, and everybody's kind of talked about that. Anyway, I will talk about how I got into the business, and any newcomers who want to get into a business, especially retail franchising, what to watch out for, what to do, the do's and don'ts. Very, very brief history about myself. I'm from Pakistan, Peshawar. My basic education was done in Peshawar. We came over here in 1984. Circumstances at the time were such that I couldn't really continue with my education. Although I started the higher education here, I couldn't complete. The emphasis was more on working and earning a living at the time. So my very first job was in retail. I worked in airport retail. It was a duty-free shop. And very soon I was promoted to an assistant manager level, then to a manager level. And then the journey sort of started from there. And then I never really looked back and wanted to go back into education. I just wanted to continue with that. Times were hard in the early 90s, recession kicked in and I lost my job. Then various other roles, different things, retail banking, tried some sort of small startups myself as well. Some worked, some didn't work. Back into jobs again in the mid-90s. Worked for British Airways for about 15 years. And then I decided to do something of my own eventually. Resigned from BA in 2012 and started my business with Snappy Snaps. Before I started with Snappy Snaps, and this is what I encourage everybody to do your own due diligence, understand what you want to go into. I looked at many different franchises. I looked at fast food franchises, I looked at I mean, if I was to list them, it'll be a very long list. But I went through quite a lot to try and narrow it down to a few and then chose Snappy Snaps eventually. So ideally, it is down to an individual what you want to do and how you want to sort of, or what your strengths are basically, and what will work for you. The reason I didn't choose the fast food was purely because it was a very, very demanding business, long hours. But then also what I had seen, there was a lot of dishonesty going on in the businesses. Fast food, especially so I was looking at the fast food in terms of the fried chicken franchises, from KFC to a lot of the I think there was Chicken Cottage, there was other brands, mostly evolved out of KFC back in the 80s. But people weren't being honest with the franchisor and then eventually with the taxman, so you're asking for trouble somewhere along the line. Snappy Snaps came across to me much more above board, clean business. Initially, I thought it won't require the time that I thought I would be putting into a food business. I was wrong. Any new business will require a lot of time initially. Although the business itself is 9 to 5, I put a lot of hours in initially. So any new startup, please be prepared that you will be putting in more time into it. The more time you put into it, the more you learn the business, you can be better at it. So I'll just go through some very basic slides, and then I'll take some questions at the end. So before I go into the franchising itself, the idea comes from you want to do your own business, and then why do you want to do it? You either enjoy it, you like it, you're good at something. So for example, in my case, Snappy Snaps is a photography franchise. I'm not a photographer. So in some businesses, you don't really For example, I don't really have to be a photographer to be running a successful franchise in Snappy Snaps, but some businesses will require that. But overall, do you really want to do something, whether it's a fast food, whether it is photography, whether it is other retail jobs, businesses, as long as you enjoy it and you have the drive to do it. Just being your own boss isn't good enough, because there's a lot that will come with it. Again, I say about flexibility, it may not offer that flexibility initially. So you may not have the flexibility initially. I have a lot of flexibility now. But in the early years, I hardly had any time. My kids were younger, they were going to school, then into unis, and I had hardly any time for them at that stage. But it's the price you pay, and it was a calculated sort of position that I wanted to be in. A quick comparison of a franchise business versus independent business. Why do we want to do a franchise? Why not do it myself? I could potentially open up a Photoshop myself, run it myself, but could I do that 12, 15 years ago with zero experience? Maybe not. Can I do it now? Maybe yes. So again, the question you need to ask yourself is, why do you want to do a franchise? Now, a very quick comparison, basically. So every business can potentially fail when you start. Franchise businesses, there's a proven record, less chances of failure provided you choose a decent franchise. Certain franchises are very, very strong. They won't let you fail, but it is very, very difficult to get into them. A quick example will be McDonald's. If you go into a franchise with McDonald's, it is not easy. I believe it is probably maybe 2 or 3 people out of 1,000 applications will be successful. But then they'll choose the kind of individual who will run that business, and they have the faith in you. They won't let you fail unless you can't run the business at all. So less chances of failure. It's a tried and tested formula. Somebody's done it before for many years, and you're simply just there as turning the wheel faster rather than reinventing it. Usually a decent franchise will have a good support network, and you will have someone to go back to, whether that is for marketing, for an advice, for an HR issues, anything. But a decent franchise will have a decent support network. The downside is obviously you have to pay royalties, and that percentage fee, some franchises will charge you a fixed percentage, some will charge you a fixed lump sum on a monthly, weekly basis, but you do end up paying for royalties, and some will include a franchise fee as well as a bit of a marketing fee. You will own your own business, but you don't own the brand. So for example, I have 2 Snappy Snap stores. I don't own the brand, I own my own businesses, but I'm tied to Snappy Snaps. I can't really do anything else. I can't sell fireworks in my shop. We did have a competition in Uxbridge, another photo shop, independent, and they would sell all sorts of stuff at different times of the year. Come Halloween time, they will put fireworks in their store. It was a photo shop, but independent people can do that. A franchise business, we can't do that. The branding, again, is standardized, so you can't really create your own branding as such. You work with the brand. If you have a brilliant idea, you work with the brand, and they may incorporate that within their own branding, but it needs to be from the franchisor. Independent on the other side, I say less chances of success. That can be right or wrong. It all depends upon the individual. If somebody is very, very good at something, they've done all their initial work, they could be very successful. But you know, it is something which hasn't been tried and tested. It's your own formula, your own doing, and you only know what to do. You may have some examples to follow, but you don't really have any network that you can work with. So if something goes wrong, it is you. Although in franchising, if something goes wrong, that is my responsibility in my business, but I do have an opportunity to go to the franchisor and seek advice or guidance. The benefit of independent business, there's no royalties, everything is your own money. You don't really have to pay anybody unless you want to do your own marketing, which you should. And it's your own branding, so you decide whatever. Like I said earlier, in the businesses, any business that you want to do, you must be inspired by something or someone. Why do you want to do it? In my case, while I was still working for British Airways, I was driving to work one morning and I heard an interview on the local radio station, and they were talking to a McDonald's franchisee. And at that time, he had started his business probably 6 years prior to that interview, and he had 16 McDonald's stores. And straight away that inspired me. I was already thinking of doing something, but I didn't know what. And I said to myself, I want to go and see this individual. So something must be there to inspire you, whether that is an individual, another successful business, or whatever. But you know, you'll have to follow some footsteps. It could be your own idea that is inspiring you. It could be, you know, somebody else's success. Following somebody else's success isn't bad, but I wouldn't say just copy and paste the idea and say. So, copy and paste someone else's idea isn't good enough because you could potentially get it wrong for many reasons. So having your own independent idea or be inspired by somebody. I've just been told I have about 15 minutes, so I'm going to try and skip through some of the stuff, but I'll take some questions at the end. Again, I've already talked about that. So if you follow somebody, if you are inspired by somebody, you probably want to meet them, ask them questions. Any ideas, anything that kind of scares you from getting into it, ask them questions. And a lot of the time, a successful businessman will always give you the time to sort of guide you in the right way. And I definitely was guided initially from this individual. When you want to choose a franchise, how do you know which one to go for? And I've already said that initially. It depends upon what you want to do and what works for you. But also you want to look at the network. Do they give you a decent support network? Is the business model robust? How long have they been trading? Go and speak to various different franchisees rather. Some franchisors will not allow you to see the franchisees before you get into their system. So for example, maybe Snappy Snaps, if you want to become a franchisee and you want to go and speak to a franchisee before you have signed up a franchise agreement, they may not allow that. But on a personal level, you could potentially come to me and speak. But if you're looking into a franchise, there's a lot of business disclosure, NDAs for you to sign. They don't want you to go to a franchisee and ask business-related questions before you sign up an agreement with them. So just be careful. On your own, you could potentially just go to a businessman and ask the questions and see if they are willing to give you the answers. once you decide which business you want to go into, there you want to do some detail that could potentially be a business that is trading already. Hopefully by this time you would have done a lot of work before you choose which one to go for, and you've narrowed it down. So each business, look at it in detail. Ask for the detailed accounts, not just for 1 year, maybe 3 years, maybe more. The more, the better. If you don't understand the accounts yourself, take help from an accountant, but you need to. So some small businesses probably will not give you a true picture. And I've experienced that in franchises. When I ask for the accounts, they're asking for a lot of money for the business. Accounts don't show the profitability. So you then need to dig deep into those accounts, maybe ask lots of questions why there's no profit in the business, but yet they're asking for more money. Seek an advice from the, it may still be a good business. So a lot needs to be done in terms of before you make your offer. I've always stressed upon doing your cash flow. A lot was talked about the business plan earlier. Business plan, your cash flow, your P&L, very, very crucial. So any business you're looking at, based from their accounts, based on your own experience, your own footfall analysis, you look at that and you create your own cash flow. Probably the worst possible scenario, the best scenario, and something in the middle. And then you work whether that is worthwhile for you or not. And at each stage, you can potentially go to a mentor if you have one. If not, an accountant who will probably tell you whether you've done it right or wrong. A very quick one here on SWOT analysis. I've put it there in the bullet points, but if no one knows that, it's just like analysis of any business in terms of their strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats to the business. Very, very important that that is done at the earlier stages for you to understand what you're getting into. Once you're in the business, again, crucially important to stay focused. You don't just want to sort of take your foot off the pedal and say, okay, fine, I'm in now, relax. Like I said, early few years, couple of years at least, if not more, will be crucial, and you'll be putting a lot of time and effort into it. So you don't want to lose the focus. In a franchise business, best practice is you follow their system rather than creating something of yourself. In a franchise business, I'll give an example of Big Mac. Big Mac in McDonald's was invented by a franchisee. But that franchisee probably would not have invented that on day one. Would have been in business for some time. Then he came up with the idea, goes to McDonald's, say, okay, this is what I want to do, and they buy into that. So initially, I would say you follow the system and do it as best as you can. Once you're more experienced, then you could potentially explore for betterment. And obviously, again, you're working with the franchisor, not on your own. Honesty, I've touched upon earlier. Extremely important. I can be dishonest with my franchisor. I take X amount of money each day, each week, each month, and I pay X amount of money to the franchisor. I could be dishonest and say, no, I've earned less. I report less figures to them, I pay them less money. But then at the same time, I'm being dishonest with the taxman, and somebody somewhere along the line will catch up. And then that's not good for your business. You lose your franchise agreement. You lose your rights to trade from that premises. And if the taxman comes after you, God knows what happens. So just be very, very careful. Honesty is always the best policy. When I say earn and give, my very first VAT bill, remember I came from an employment background, and each month you're getting your pay slip and there's X amount of tax in it, which sometimes pinches and say, okay, I've paid so much tax. My very first VAT bill for me was huge. It was in thousands. And I said to my accountant, is there anything we can do about that? And he said to me, Umar Sahib, you should be grateful. You're paying more VAT, that means you're making more money. So that's a positive side of it. there's no point in sort of hiding from that or doing something dodgy that can harm your business later on. VAT, taxes, and again, when you're earning more, you'll be doing more charity for the Jamaat work, for anything else. So it is good overall. That was a very, very quick presentation. I said like it was mainly for the new starters. But if there's any questions, there's a lot of experienced people in here. But if there's any new starters or anybody who would like to ask any questions, I'm happy to answer anything.
Jazakallah Masa for this presentation. I guess for many of us wondering for going to franchising as an option, how much do you, on average, of course it depends on industry, but how much on average would a franchise cost? How much you mentioned about paying your franchisor every month? How much do you pay to them? And how long did it take you to break even and become profitable?
Okay, so that all, like I said, initially in your initial analysis in financials, the cash flows and P&Ls, I worked out that investment differs from franchise to franchise. Franchise fee is the initial cost that will cost you once you agree on a franchise. So for example, with Snappy Snaps, at the time I had to pay £17,500, which was a franchise fee for me to become a franchisee. Then I'm on their books as a franchisee. Then they will disclose stores which are being sold within their network. And then the price depends upon who's selling the store. That could be depending. And again, a very, very quick rule of thumb was at the time, still is in retail, you look at the profitability of the business. You don't pay for the potential of the business. If the business is badly run, you could potentially negotiate a better price. But you look 2 to 3 years return of investment, depending upon the price that you buy. So anything more than 3 years would probably be a bit risky. This is why, I mean, I've looked at some food franchises where the franchise agreement was 7 years, but when I looked at the return of investment, it was like 11 years. A definite no-no for me, but there are people who are successfully running those franchises. How they run them is beyond me, but it happens.
Oh, there's a question there.
Muzaffar?
Jazakallah for the presentation. It's good to see that Snappy Snaps is going strong because the way the high streets are going nowadays, I would have thought shops similar to that would be facing a lot of challenges in the market. How have you, I've got two questions in fact. One is how have you seen the franchise model evolving over the years since you were starting out to what kind of proposition that are offered through the franchise model now, given the threats, market threats that are faced by businesses right now?
Okay, so market changes all the time, and in any business environment isn't really static. So it changes with the time, and you must be able to move with the time. In my case, when I was looking at Snappy Snaps, we very rarely printed photos for our own selves at home, basically. It was all digital in those days. And I said to myself, I'm going into a business which is printing photos predominantly. I don't print photos. Who else will print photos? And I asked a question to the franchisor saying, you know, your main business is printing photos, but it's a digital age. This was 2012. And there's always a positive side to what we think is negative. What they said is before, when it was analog, like film photography, you were limited to 24 exposure or 36 exposure film. The number of pictures that you will take at a wedding, at a party, or whatever, were all dependent upon how many film rolls you had or you're prepared to spend. With the digital, you don't have that limit. You take as many as you want.
because you're taking more photos, you're printing more. What I found once I got into the business, and even today, the printing side of our business is still very, very strong. There are other sides that we do in the business to help with the digital side, but the printing side is very, very strong. Similarly, depending on whichever business you're going into, so your initial analysis will be crucial for you to do that initially and see whether that fits right. Choosing the right franchise, for example. If you're looking at the food franchise, the right franchise, the stronger network, the business model has to be good. I hope that answers the questions.
Jazakumullah. Second question is more of a hypothetical one, that if you were to starting out your franchise now, as opposed to back when you're doing it with a similar kind of capital, are there any franchises which seems very attractive to you that you would like to share?
There is. We still have people coming into the group. The selection criteria is slightly strict now compared to what it was then. So Snappy Snaps at the time was owned and run by two English friends. They then sold it to Timson's in 2013. Timson's a much bigger company. They don't have any experience in franchising, but they are very, very good business people. So they've changed the structure slightly, and the criteria to get in now is slightly tougher than what it was 12 years ago. Yet people are still coming in. But again, it will depend upon the business that one wants to go into, basically. So there's no sort of hard and fast answer about that. It depends what business it is. Okay, thank you very much.
Jazakallah, thank you so much. Just a couple of points. Number one, there will be lots more time for questioning on an individual basis as we come back after namaz, because we started a little bit late, and the questions have been great as well. So the timing has ran slightly over. Thank you so much. There's food going to be served after namaz right here, I believe. So after namaz, please come back here. We will then have a one-to-one mentoring session with the mentors. There's going to be surveys on each table as well, so please do fill those surveys out. It helps, one, get the questions right, two, develop the program further as well, based upon the feedback that you guys give. So Jazakallah, thanks so much. We're going to break for namaz now, and then come back here for food, and then we will...
Final session,
and final session, on the final session, Amir Saab's going to be here. So I know at the minute there are more people here right now than we began with. Please stay with us, because Amir Saab will be here later on, and
4 p.m.
for 4 p.m. And it'll be good for him to see everyone as well. So Jazakallah, thank you. Let's break for namaz. No?
Assalamu alaikum. Yes, it's very good you holding this event today, and we're discussing about businesses and working and generating income and how we can be best in society and, you know, for the day to day. But what I want to pose is when we should plan the, you know, after that, when should we start planning? It's not retirement as to, okay, finishing work, finishing business, and that's it. When should we be planning to transition to, you know, utilize that income we've generated, you know, for the next steps, you know? So that's something I want to ask. And maybe it would be good in future if we could have some senior members coming in and say, you know, what did they do? How did they plan their retirement? You know, what did they do for the, you know, the steps after, you know?
Okay, Jazakallah. So the question is, planning for sort of retirement or planning for later on in life, what steps has anybody taken? Everyone here is far too young, you know, hitting 20s mostly. Anybody want to answer that question for me, a mentor? Don't worry, I won't judge on age.
Imtiaz sir?
No.
Hazard answer.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Jazakallah for asking me to come up. I'm not quite that old yet, but, but yes, no, it is a very important question, very important topic. It is very important to look at exit strategies in whichever business you're in. I can only speak from my own business at the moment, which is an accountancy practice. So from our side, how it works is that you look at potential successors to your business. You can, if you have staff within who are capable, you can train them up to do the role that that they should be capable of doing, with a view to be, you know, to taking over the practice. Obviously, they need to be suitably qualified and experienced, whether it's this practice, whether it's your business. So it's really looking internally, I think, initially, if you know, if that is a possibility. Otherwise, the only other solution is that you look for external buyers. Obviously, it varies from business to business and you know, from profession to profession. But again, it's important that you know, from my experience, you have to make sure that whoever is coming on, they should be able to, you know, take on the role, mix well with the customer base, et cetera, et cetera. So that's really more, you know, obviously you work out costs and pricing. It varies from industry to industry and profession to profession. We have some very capable members here who are able to take on businesses. So I'd say look within the Jamaat first, depending on what the business is. But and then obviously the prices, etc., matched accordingly. I would suggest that you should start looking at exit strategies, whether from professional practices or whether for businesses, at least 3 to 5 years ahead from when you intend to retire. I think that's probably a good starting point. I think hopefully that gives some sort of direction on this. Not quite sure if I've answered the question of the gentleman, but just as a guide, 3 to 5 years, and I think it's just really planning ahead as much as possible. And I'll hand over to Noor Sahib, who also has more experience in that.
So I think the way I understood the question is transitioning into something else. So it depends on what you want to transition into. So if it's a clean break you want, no work at all, just traveling, of course you need to fund that travel, how that should be structured. So you need a constant source of regular income coming through, because unless you have a vast amount of savings, you don't need any return. You need to otherwise have your wealth invested into some form of fund that could return you, that could give you a regular, sustainable return. If you want to stay involved in what you have built and want to do something else, for example, you want to work for a charity, give your time to charitable work, but you want income coming in, why not keep your business running? Because it will sustain you while you are giving your time on more worthy causes. So it all depends on, I welcome you if you could explain what was your intention with transition exactly.
Jazakallah. Amir Saab's just arriving. If you can just stand up, sir. Thank you.
Please be seated. Please carry on.
Thank you so much for that. Assalamu alaikum, first of all, to Amir Saab for joining us. I think I'll just touch up on 2 points that you've said about an exit plan and sort of, because there was a lot of questions about how do you value your business when you're selling it, the valuation, and I think there was questions about there is a valuation, what's on the books, on your turnover, and it could be what you've turned over and what your profit margins are over the last 3 years. But then there are certain things that are hard to value, so like the actual intellectual property or the logos or the designs or how much has been invested in marketing. So that's always something to think about when you are making those decisions. But anyway, I'm going to stop there. I'm going to go into the closing session unless there is any imminent questions from anyone. Any dying questions from anyone? No? Any on the lady side? Okay. I'll take the sign of silence as a no more. Right, as we begin the closing session, just bear with me 1 second.
Jazakallah. Allah bless you, please. Right, so we now come to the final session, and we'll start this session with recitation of the Holy Quran by Mansoor Osata.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم في بيوت أذن الله أن ترفع ويذكر فيها اسمه يسبح له فيها بالغدو والآصال رجال لا تلهيهم تجارة ولا بيع عن ذكر الله وإقام الصلاة وإيتاء وإيتاء الزكاة يخافون يوما تتقلب فيه تتقلب فيه القلوب والأبصار. جزاك الله.
Jazakallah. Translation by Max Khan Sahib, please.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. English translation. This light illumines houses with regards to which Allah has ordained that they be exalted and that His name be remembered in them. Therein do glorify Him in the mornings and the evenings. Men whom neither merchandise nor traffic diverts from the remembrance of Allah and the observance of prayer and the giving of zakat. They fear a day in which hearts and eyes will be in a state of agitation and anguish. So Allah will give them the best reward of their deeds and give them increases out of His bounty. And Allah does provide from whoever He pleases without measure. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah. Event report by Jangir Ahmed Sahib, please.
I'm respected Amit Sahib, Secretary Sanato Tijarat, Tommy Sahib, and Convener Arsalan. And thank you very much for taking time out, even it's quite late. And thank you very much for all the audience that have survived from 10 a.m. till now. This is one of the longest Sanato Tijarat events I've seen in my last couple of years. So just to brief you, we started the day with the recitation of the Holy Quran, and we had 4 speeches. They were journeys of successful MD businessmen, starting MD businessmen and senior people in the organization. Starting, the first one was on business planning by Hasib. And he shed his lights particularly around the topics of smart EV charging and smart homes. The second presentation was the second presentation was from what related to?
Intellectual property.
Yeah, was by Mr. Shakil on patents and trademark registration. I shouldn't have forgotten about your presentation. It was, I think, it was a very different topic, but we felt that in our Jamaat, with research and development and the focus on innovative companies within Jamaat, this was a very, very important topic, and he addressed it wonderfully, especially giving both technical and economic reasons, especially saving taxes to the businesses over here. We had a presentation on franchises by Mr. Umar Khan, and gave guidelines on how can you set up successful franchises. And the fourth presentation was by Noor, yeah, our very old Mr. Noor. That was around how to raise capital, which is again, it's critical and key for the businesses starting from scratch to even new people who are thinking about starting businesses, on what are the different forms of capital it's not only financed, it's not only the money, it's the resources, it's the experience, it's the mentors. They all collectively count as capital. The attendance, people who have survived here is still about 65 to 70, but we had full collective crossed, I think, about 150 plus at one point of time. So again, thank you for people who have survived. One of the things, Amit Saab, we want to reiterate is under the kind leadership of Tommy Saab, we have seen a lot of momentum happening within Sanato Tijarat, even at the local level, regional levels. And the final KPI or the objective is that how many companies do we really, either we make a big scalable change in them or are just new businesses. So the number which has been agreed is 20 plus. It's a big task. We need prayers. We need a concerted effort. And I would also like to thank the mentors who have taken their time out, spent a lot of time. This is the first time we had so many mentors. Every table we had a mentor, and they spent 5 to 10 minutes with everyone, and people were swapping around. So this is one of the other areas that we want to continue, that instead of a single interaction, this interaction must continue between the mentees and the mentor. So this is the brief report. Thank you very much.
Jazakallah. Jazakallah. Somebody's left their phone behind. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Respected Tamikala Sahib and all the participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Now, this event that has taken place today is something which is very close to my heart. I have, on various occasions, personally got involved with the organization of this event because I think there is huge amount of potential within the Jamaat that needs to be exploited. By the grace of Allah, more recently, I held a function with the Doctors Association, and at one stage, the Doctors Association did not even know how many total people they had within their association. But a lot of hard work was done to identify everyone who was within or should be within the association. And by the grace of Allah, we identified almost 1,000 people, of which about 400 doctors that we have in this country. There were other disciplines within the medical field that were also part of that. And can you imagine that each year a large number of these children are coming through? And what they are desperate is that when they want to enter this profession, they need proper guidance. Even simply to fill the application form to the university can make a huge difference. Now, we have actually got young professionals here who are, as a part of their practice, helping people generally in filling the forms, particularly for the medical field. And they actually charge for that service, but if the form is correctly filled in, that will be a difference between somebody getting 3 A stars, another person also getting 3 A stars, but it will be, at the end of the day, what they write on their form that will make the decision whether university accepts them or not. So if we've got the facilities within our Jamaat, why are we not making them available to members of the Jamaat? So in planning the next event, please work with me because I will help. We've done this before. When I first became Amir, I felt the importance of this and especially the mentoring of our next generation. And we organized an event, I remember, in the Noor Hall. This is going back 25 years now, almost. And we called people from different professions. And the hall was completely full. And we were able to help youngsters who were coming into the profession to be able to help and mentor them. And the next function that you hold, I would like to see the hall completely full because I think it's very easy, but it does mean a lot of hard work has to be done beforehand. And secondly, I fully subscribe to the fact that Ahmadis should support other Ahmadi businesses. And wherever we have businesses, for instance, just in Modern High Street, we now have more than 35 businesses just on the High Street of different types of businesses. Now we should make sure that the Ahmadis, we should support those businesses. If you look at the Jewish community, this is how they actually operate. Jewish people will go and instruct other Jewish people for their work. Now, the difference is that when we go and instruct an Ahmadi, we are instructing Ahmadi in the hope that we'll get a discount because well, that concept is incorrect. Because when you look for discounts, then the work that you're going to get will be discounted as well. Always remember that. But if you pay a full fees, because you're happy to pay the full fees to somebody outside, but when it comes to our own people, you want a discount. That is the wrong philosophy. Pay the fees because then you will get proper service. And if you try and get something cheap, nothing is for free in this world. There's always a consequence of that. So I think we need to be more focused on these events because obviously by the grace of Allah, 150 people have come here. And they would have benefited to some degree, but I think that we can have much more benefit if we are more focused in what we're trying to achieve from these events. And it may be that from 10 to 4 is a bit too long. I agree with Jahangir Sahib. It will tire people out. Short and sharp is what you want. You see, it's a different thing from where we used to have the career seminars, where we called universities, we called employers and everything, and that was a full-day event. People came and went. So that is a different type of event, and that is also something which is very important that we should be doing. But I think this type of event is very, very important. Because I remember last time the young boy who said that he came to this, one of these events, and eventually he started his company, and now he employs something like 5,000 people, wasn't it? Do you remember? Yeah, so, it's you. Okay, there we go. So, the potential is there. It is just a matter of us organizing things correctly and then giving support to our youth. Give them an opportunity, open doors for them. Sometimes it just needs a little touch. Maybe he comes and works with you to get a bit of experience, and that experience could be invaluable for the youngster and builds up a portfolio as well. So I think I am very glad you've done this event, but I feel the potential is immense in this, and I feel that we need to work harder to get to the right people, get the youngsters here who truly needs, and get the people who are professionals at the same time. Just organize a dinner. That's all you need. You don't need to have a full day, speeches. Organize a dinner, 2 hours, get the mentors on the table, get the youth on the table. The doctor should be on one side, for instance. There should be engineers on one side. There should be scientists on another side. We've got all these people within the Jamaat now, huge number. We should target the Waqf-e-Nau, especially because they need a lot of guidance, both men and women. We have teachers, we have lecturers, we have every profession within the Jamaat. And those people should be mentoring the next generation. So I would be very pleased and I would be very happy to get involved in the next event that you organize, inshallah, in the new year. And let's do it really with the objective of getting all the professionals here and all the youngsters here so that we can truly try and assist the next generation. So I hope and pray that, inshallah, Allah will enable us to do that. And it should be done, like I said, over a dinner. Informality is sometimes very important. You can have 1 or 2 speeches. It's not a, but I think speeches people don't benefit as much as if they were sitting next to a mentor who would be able to give them information about themselves. I remember lots of people used to come to me and say, Mir Sahib, you're an accountant, so I want to do accountancy. And I said, what do you know about accountancy? And when you start talking to them, they have absolutely no idea what accountancy is. They think it's bookkeeping. And I say to them, go away, do your research, find as much about what your options are, and then come and speak to me intelligently, and I'll guide you then. But just to say, I want to do accountancy, sometimes I also find when people want to go to Jamia, and I ask them, why do you want to go to Jamia? And they don't really have a true focus at that time, why they wanted to go to Jamia. It is, because my friend goes there, or maybe that, my father said so, or something. So it is about focusing the children so they have a clear idea of what is expected of them. Again, with young doctors, there are lots of young people who want to become doctors. I remember at one stage we started sending children to Czech Republic and Bulgaria and these countries, and we actually had universities from those countries came here to recruit these young people. And more recently, I was listening to some debate somewhere, and they were telling me that the universities, medical universities in Bulgaria and Czech Republic are even better than some of the other European universities now. So the potential is huge how we can help our next generation. But we need to first be clear in our mind what we want to achieve from these events. And I think doing long events like that can be very tiring for people. So short and sharp is what is now needed. This is the way the new world is that we're living in. Traditionally, we used to have these long events, and I think people now want something short and sharp, and they can achieve a lot more in 2 hours than they can achieve in 5 or 6 hours. So let's be more focused next time. I'm very pleased that this event has gone ahead, and I'm sure that everyone who has come here must have benefited, and they will be going away with some very good ideas in how to develop themselves. But I think we could have done so much more by involving all the other organizations like the Lawyers Association, the Doctors Association, IAAE, and they obviously have a lot of professionals. Now, in the Lawyers Association, I know, now they've got a huge number of lawyers. You know, we could bring the lawyers here, they could help out with the other businesses. There can be cross-collateralization of various disciplines and help each other. Bring accountants here. They'll be able to say, right, we can help you, you know, maintain. We've got tax advisors. We've got a whole range of. So for a business to be successful, you need a whole range of things. And if we can bring those, even how to set up a company, for instance, to start a new business, what are the implications? What is, you know, in terms of VAT, tax, employees, rules are changing all the time. We need to have a true understanding of what truly setting up a company really means. So there's a huge number of things that we can do. So let us hope and pray that, inshallah, next year when we redo another function, let's keep these points in mind. And let's see if we can actually spend a bit more time in trying to organize it, but bring all the people together, all the right people together. And alhamdulillah, inshallah, they will benefit even more than what has happened today. Allah bless you. I'm very grateful to Tommy Saib and his team for organizing this. I know Jahangir Saib is now very involved with this. I'm grateful to him. As a businessman, he's very key to this. And also, one of the products of these earlier seminars is here as a proof that they do work. So may Allah bless you all. Once again, thank you. And please join me in silent prayer. Ameen. Jazakallah, everyone.